Chapter 1 of Dead Men Tell No Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. Dead Men Tell No Tales by E. W. Hornung. Chapter 1. Love on the Ocean. Nothing is so easy as falling in love on a long sea voyage, except falling out of love. Especially was this the case in the days when the wooden clippers did finely to land you in Sydney or in Melbourne under the 4 full months. We all saw far too much of each other, unless, indeed, we were to see still more. Our superficial attractions mutually exhausted, we lost heart and patience in the disappointing strata which lie between the surface and the bedrock of most natures. My own experience was confined to the round voyage of the Lady Jermyn in the year 1853. It was no common experience, as was only too well known at the time. And I may add that I, for my part, had not the faintest intention of falling in love on board. Nay, after all these years, let me confess that I had good cause to hold myself proof against such weakness. Yet we carried a young lady, coming home, who, God knows, might have made short work of many a better man. Eva Denison was her name, and she cannot have been more than 19 years of age. I remember her telling me that she had not yet come out, the very first time I assisted her to promenade the deck. My own name was still unknown to her, and yet I recollect being quite fascinated by her frankness and self-possession. She was exquisitely young, and yet ludicrously old for her years, had been admirably educated, chiefly abroad, and, as we were soon to discover, possessed accomplishments which would have made the plainest old maid a popular personage on board ship. Miss Denison, however, was as beautiful as she was young, with the bloom of ideal health upon her perfect skin. She had a wealth of lovely hair, with strange elusive strands of gold among the brown that drowned her ears. I thought we were to have that mode again, in sunny ripples, and a soul greater than the mind, and a heart greater than either, lay sleeping somewhere in the depths of her grave grey eyes. We were at sea together so many weeks. I cannot think what I was made of then. It was in the brave old days of Ballarat and Bendigo, when ship after ship went out black with passengers and deep with stores, to bounce home with a bale or two of wool, and hardly hands enough to reef topsails in a gale. Nor was this the worst, for not the crew only, but in many cases captain and officers as well would join in the stampede to the diggings, and we found Hobson's Bay the congested asylum of all manner of masterless and deserted vessels. I have a lively recollection of our skipper's indignation when the pilot informed him of this disgraceful fact. Within a fortnight, however, I met the good man face to face upon the diggings. It is but fair to add that the Lady Jermyn lost every officer and man in the same way, and that the captain did obey tradition to the extent of being the last to quit his ship. Nevertheless, of all who sailed by her in January, I alone was ready to return at the beginning of the following July. I had been to Ballarat. I had given the thing a trial. For the most odious weeks I had been a licensed digger on Black Hill Flats, and I had actually failed to make running expenses. That, however, will surprise you the less when I pause to declare that I have paid as much as 4 shillings and 6pence for half a loaf of execrable bread, that my mate and I, between us, seldom took more than a few pennyweights of gold dust in any one day, and never once struck pick into nugget, big or little, though we had the mortification of inspecting the mammoth masses, of which we found the papers full on landing, and which had brought the gold fever to its height during our very voyage. With me, however, as with many a young fellow who had turned his back on better things, the malady was short-lived. We expected to make our fortunes out of hand, and we had reckoned without the vermin and the villainy which rendered us more than ever impatient of delay. In my fly-blown blankets I dreamt of London until I hankered after my chambers and my club more than after much fine gold. Never shall I forget my first hot bath on getting back to Melbourne. It cost 5 shillings, but it was worth £5, and is altogether my pleasantest reminiscence of Australia. There was, however, one slice of luck in store for me. I found the dear old Lady Jermyn on the very eve of sailing, with a new captain, a new crew, a handful of passengers, chiefly steerage, and nominally no cargo at all. I felt none the less at home when I stepped over her familiar side. In the cuddy we were only 5, but a more uneven quintet I defy you to convene. There was a young fellow named Reddy, packed out for his health and hurrying home to die among friends. There was an outrageously lucky digger, another invalid, for he would drink nothing but champagne with every meal and at any minute of the day, and I have seen him pitch raw gold at the sea-birds by the hour together. Miss Denison was our only lady, and her stepfather, with whom she was travelling, was the one man of distinction on board. He was a Portuguese of 60 or thereabouts, Senhor Joaquim Santos by name. At first it was incredible to me that he had no title, so noble was his bearing. But very soon I realized that he was one of those to whom adventitious honours can add no lustre. He treated Miss Denison as no parent ever treated a child, with a gallantry and a courtliness quite beautiful to watch, and not a little touching in the light of the circumstances under which they were travelling together. The girl had gone straight from school to her stepfather's estate on the Zambesi, where, a few months later, her mother had died of the malaria. Unable to endure the place after his wife's death, Senhor Santos had taken ship to Victoria, there to seek fresh fortune, with results as indifferent as my own. He was now taking Miss Denison back to England to make her home with other relatives, before he himself returned to Africa, as he once told me, to lay his bones besides those of his wife. I hardly know which of the pair I see more plainly as I write, the young girl with her soft eyes and her sunny hair, or the old gentleman with the erect though wasted figure, the noble forehead, the steady eye, the parchment skin, the white imperial, and the eternal cigarette between his shrivelled lips. No need to say that I came more in contact with the young girl. She was not less charming in my eyes because she provoked me greatly as I came to know her intimately. She had many irritating faults. Like most young persons of intellect and inexperience, she was hasty and intolerant in nearly all her judgments, and rather given to being critical in a crude way. She was very musical, playing the guitar and singing in a style that made our shipboard concerts vastly superior to the average of their order. But I have seen her shudder at the efforts of less gifted folks who were also doing their best, and it was the same in other directions where her superiority was less specific. The faults which are most exasperating in another are, of course, one's own faults, and I confess I was very critical of Eva Denison's criticisms. Then she had a little weakness for exaggeration, for unconscious egotism in conversation, and I itched to tell her so. I felt so certain that the girl had a fine character underneath, which would rise to noble heights in stress or storm. All the more would I long now to take her in hand and mould her in little things, and anon to take her in my arms just as she was. The latter feeling was resolutely crushed. To be plain, I had endured what is euphemistically called disappointment already, and, not being a complete coxcomb, I had no intention of courting a second. Yet, when I write of Eva Denison, I am like to let my pen outrun my tale. I lay the pen down, and 100 of her sayings ring in my ears, with my own contradictious comments, that I was doomed so soon to repent. 100 visions of her start to my eyes, and there is the trade wind singing in the rigging and loosening a tress of my darling's hair till it flies out like a tiny golden streamer in the tropic sun. There, it is out. I have called her what she was to be in my heart ever after. Yet at the time I must argue with her, when all my courage should have gone to love-making, I was plucking it up to sail as near as I might to plain remonstrance. I little dreamt how the ghost of every petty word was presently to return and torture me. So it is that I can see her now, and hear her now, on 100 separate occasions, beneath the awning, beneath the stars, on deck, below at noon or night, but plainest of all in the evening of the day we signalled the island of Ascension, at the close of that last concert on the quarter-deck. The watch are taking down the extra awning, they are removing the bunting and the footlights. The lanterns are trailed forward before they are put out. From the break of the poop we watch the vivid shifting patch of deck that each lights up on its way. The stars are very sharp in the vast violet dome above our masts. They shimmer on the sea, and our trucks describe minute orbits among the stars, for the trades have yet to fail us, and every inch of canvas has its fill of the gentle, steady wind. It is a heavenly night. The peace of God broods upon his waters. No jarring note offends the ear. In the forecastle a voice is humming a song of Eva Denison's that has caught the fancy of the men. The young girl who sang it so sweetly not 20 minutes since, who sang it again and again to please the crew, she alone is at war with our little world. She alone would head a mutiny if she could. "I hate the captain," she says again. "My dear Miss Denison," I begin, for she has always been severe upon our bluff old man, and it is not the spirit of contrariety alone which makes me invariably take his part. Coarse he may be, and not one whom the owners would have chosen to command the Lady Jermyn, a good seaman none the less, who brought us round the Horn in foul weather without losing stitch or stick. I think of the ruddy ruffian in his dripping oilskins, on deck day and night for our sakes, and once more I must needs take his part, but Miss Denison stops me before I can get out another word. "I am not dear, and I am not yours," she cries. "I'm only a schoolgirl. You have all but told me so before to-day. If I were a man, if I were you, I should tell Captain Harris what I thought of him." "Why? What has he done now?" "Now? You know how rude he was to poor Mr. Ready this very afternoon." It was true. He had been very rude indeed. But Ready also had been at fault. It may be that I was always inclined to take an opposite view, but I felt bound to point this out, and at any cost. "You mean when Ready asked him if we were out of our course? I must say I thought it was a silly question to put. It was the same the other evening about the cargo. If the skipper says we're in ballast, why not believe him? Why repeat steerage gossip about mysterious cargoes at the cuddy table? Captain's always touchy about that sort of thing. I wasn't surprised at his letting out." My poor love stares at me in the starlight. Her great eyes flash their scorn. Then she gives a little smile, and then a little nod, more scornful than all the rest. "You never are surprised, are you, Mr. Cole?" says she. "You were not surprised when the wretch used horrible language in front of me. You were not surprised when it was a dying man whom he abused." I try to soothe her. I agree heartily with her disgust at the epithets employed in her hearing, and towards an invalid by the irate skipper. But I ask her to make allowances for a rough, uneducated man, rather clumsily touched upon his tender spot. I shall conciliate her presently. The divine pout, so childish it was, is fading from her lips. The starlight is on the tulle and lace and roses of her pretty evening dress, with its festooned skirts and obsolete flounces, and I am watching her, aye, and worshipping her, though I do not know it yet. And as we stand, there comes another snatch from the forecastle. "What will you do, love, when I am going, with white sail flowing, the seas beyond? What will you do, love?" "They may make the most of that song," says Miss Denison grimly. "It's the last they'll have from me. Get up as many more concerts as you like. I won't sing at another unless it's in the forecastle. I'll sing to the men, but not to Captain Harris. He didn't put in an appearance to-night. He shall not have another chance of insulting me." Was it her vanity that was wounded after all? "You forget," said I, "that you would not answer when he addressed you at dinner." "I should think I wouldn't, after the way he spoke to Mr. Ready, and he too agitated to come to table, poor fellow." Still, the captain felt the open slight. "Then he shouldn't have used such language in front of me." "Your father felt it too, Miss Denison." I hear nothing plainer than her low but quick reply. "Mr. Cole, my father has been dead many, many years. He died before I can remember. That man only married my poor mother. He sympathizes with Captain Harris against me. No father would do that. Look at them together now. And you take his side too. Oh, I have no patience with any of you, except poor Mr. Ready in his berth." "But you are not going?" "Indeed I am. I am tired of you all." And she was gone, with angry tears, for which I blamed myself as I fell to pacing the weather side of the poop, and so often afterwards. So often, and with such unavailing bitterness. Señor Santos and the captain were in conversation by the weather rail. I fancied poor old Harris eyed me with suspicion, and I wished he had better cause. The Portuguese, however, saluted me with his customary courtesy, and I thought there was a grave twinkle in his steady eye. "Are you in disgrace also, friend Cole?" he inquired in his all but perfect English. "More or less," said I ruefully. He gave the shrug of his country, that delicate gesture which is done almost entirely with the back, a subtlety beyond the power of British shoulders. "The Señora is both wilful and peevish," said he, mixing the two vowels which, with the aspirate, were his only trouble with our tongue. "It is great grief to me to see her growing so unlike her sainted mother." He sighed, and I saw his delicate fingers forsake the cigarette they were rolling to make the sacred sign upon his breast. He was always smoking one cigarette and making another. As he lit the new one, the glow fell upon a strange pin that he wore, a pin with a tiny crucifix inlaid in mosaic. So the religious cast of Señor Santos was brought twice home to me in the same moment, though to be sure I had often been struck by it before. And it depressed me to think that so sweet a child as Eva Denison should have spoken harshly of so good a man as her stepfather, simply because he had breadth enough to sympathize with a coarse old salt like Captain Harris. I turned in, however, and I cannot say the matter kept me awake in the separate stateroom which was one luxury of our empty saloon. Alas, I was a heavy sleeper then. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Dead Men Tell No Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Dead Men Tell No Tales by E.W. Hornung. Chapter 2 The Mysterious Cargo. "Wake up, Cole, the ship's on fire." It was young Ready's hollow voice, as cool, however, as though he were telling me I was late for breakfast. I started up and sought him wildly in the darkness. "You're joking," was my first thought and utterance, for now he was lighting my candle and blowing out the match with a care that seemed in itself a contradiction. "I wish I were," he answered. "Listen to that." He pointed to my cabin ceiling. It quivered and creaked, and all at once I was as a deaf man healed. One gets inured to noise at sea, but to this day it passes me how even I could have slept an instant in the abnormal din which I now heard raging above my head, and the quartermaster at the wheel. The steward and the black I observed putting stores aboard the captain's gig, as it overhung the water from the stern davits. "Now, gentlemen," said Harris to the two of us, "I must trouble you to step forward with the rest. Senhor Santos insists on taking his chance along with the young lady in my gig. I've told him the risk, but he insists, and the gig'll hold no more." "But she must have a crew, and I can row." "For God's sake take me, captain," cried I, for Eva Denison sat weeping in her deck chair, and my heart bled faint at the thought of leaving her, I who loved her so, and might die without ever telling her my love. Harris, however, stood firm. "There's that quartermaster and my steward, and Jose the nigger," said he. "That's quite enough, Mr. Cole, for I ain't above an oar myself. But, by God, I'm skipper of this here ship, and I'll skip her as long as I remain aboard." I saw his hand go to his belt. I saw the pistols stuck there for mutineers. I looked at Santos. He answered me with his neutral shrug, and, by my soul, he struck a match and lit a cigarette in that hour of life and death. Then last I looked at Reddy, and he leant invertebrate over the rail, gasping pitiably from his exertions in regaining the poop, a dying man once more. I pointed out his piteous state. "At least," I whispered, "you won't refuse to take him?" "Will there be anything to take?" said the captain brutally. Santos advanced leisurely, and puffed his cigarette over the poor wasted and exhausted frame. "It is for you to decide, captain," said he cynically, "but this one will make no difference. Yes, I would take him. It will not be far," he added, in a tone that was not less detestable for being lowered. "Take them both," moaned little Eva, putting in her first and last sweet word. "Then we all drown, Ephesina," said her stepfather. "It is impossible." "We're too many for her as it is," said the captain. "So forward with ye, Mr. Cole, before it's too late." But my darling's brave word for me had fired my blood, and I turned with equal resolution on Harris and on the Portuguese. "I will go like a lamb," said I, "if you will first give me 5 minutes."
The Silent Sea. Remember, if indeed there be any need to remind you, that it is a flagrant landsman who is telling you this tale. Nothing know I of seamanship, save what one could not avoid picking up on the round voyage of the Lady Jermyn, never to be completed on this globe. I may be told that I have burned that devoted vessel as nothing ever burned on land or sea. I answer that I write of what I saw, and that is not altered by a miscalled spar or a misunderstood manoeuvre. But now I am aboard a craft I handle for myself, and must make shift to handle a second time with this frail pen. The hen coop was some 6 feet long by 18 or 20 inches in breadth and depth. It was simply a long box with bars in lieu of a lid, but it was very strongly built. I recognized it as one of 2 which had stood lashed against either rail of the Lady Jermyn's poop. There the bars had risen at right angles to the deck. Now they lay horizontal, a gridiron 6 feet long, and my bed. And as each particular bar left its own stripe across my wearied body, and yet its own comfort in my quivering heart, another day broke over the face of the waters, and over me. Discipline, what there was of it originally, had been the very first thing to perish aboard our ill-starred ship. The officers, I am afraid, were not much better than poor Reddy made them out, thanks to Bendigo and Ballarat, and little had been done in true ship-shape style all night. All hands had taken their spell at everything as the fancy seized them. Not a bell had been struck from first to last, and I can only conjecture that the fire raged 4 or 5 hours, from the fact that it was midnight by my watch when I left it on my cabin drawers, and that the final extinction of the smouldering keel was so soon followed by the first deep hint of dawn. The rest took place with the trite rapidity of the equatorial latitudes. It had been my foolish way to pooh-pooh the old saying that there is no twilight in the tropics. I saw more truth in it as I lay lonely on this heaving waste. The stars were out, the sea was silver, the sun was up. And oh, the awful glory of that sunrise! It was terrific, it was sickening, my senses swam. Sunlit billows smooth and sinister, without a crest, without a sound, miles and miles of them as I rose, an oily grave among them as I fell, hill after hill of horror, valley after valley of despair, the face of the waters in petty but eternal unrest. And now the sun must shine to set it smiling, to show me its cruel, ceaseless mouthings, to reveal all but the ghastlier horrors underneath. How deep was it? I fell to wondering. Not that it made
dragging the legs from my loose fastenings. Lucky they had been no stronger, else I had been dragged down to perdition too. Lucky, did I say? The refinement of cruelty rather, for now I had neither meat nor drink. My throat was a kiln, my tongue a flame, and another day at hand. The stars were out, the sea was silver, the sun was up. Hours passed. I was waiting now for my delirium. It came in bits. I was a child. I was playing on the lawn at home. I was back on the blazing sea. I was a schoolboy saying my Ovid, then back once more. The hen coop was the Lady Jermyn. I was at Eva Denison's side. They were marrying us on board. The ship's bell was ringing for us. A guitar in the background burlesqued the wedding march under skinny fingers. The air was poisoned by a million cigarettes. They raised a pall of smoke above the mastheads. They set fire to the ship. Smoke and flame covered the sea from rim to rim. Smoke and flame filled the universe. The sea dried up, and I was left lying on its bed, lying in my coffin, with red-hot teeth because the sun blazed right above them, and my withered lips were drawn back from them forever. So once more I came back to my living death, too weak now to carry a finger to the salt water and back to my mouth, too weak to think of Eva, too weak to pray any longer for the end, to trouble or to care any more, only so tired. Death has no more terrors for me. I have supped the last horror of the worst death a man can die. You shall hear now for what I was delivered. You shall read of my reward. My floating coffin was many things in turn: a railway carriage, a pleasure boat on the Thames, a hammock under the trees. Last of all it was the upper berth in a not very sweet-smelling cabin, with a clatter of knives and forks near at hand, and a very strong odor of onions in the Irish stew. My hand crawled to my head. Both felt of wondrous weight, and my head was covered with bristles no longer than those on my chin, only less stubborn. "Where am I?" I feebly asked. The knives and forks clattered on, and presently I burst out crying because they had not heard me, and I knew that I could never make them hear. Well, they heard my sobs, and a huge fellow came with his mouth full and smelling like a pickle bottle. "Where am I?" "Aboard the brig Eliza, Liverpool, homeward bound. Glad to see them, eyes open." "Have I been here long?" "Matter of 10 days." "Where did you find me?" "Floating in a hen coop. Thought you was a dead 'un." "Do you know what ship?" "Do we know?"
My bedroom window looked, and never am I likely to forget the vile music of the cats throughout my first long wakeful night there. The second night they actually woke me. Doubtless they had been busy long enough, but it was all of the sudden that I heard them, and lay listening for more, wide awake in an instant. My window had been very softly opened, and the draught fanned my forehead as I held my breath. A faint light glimmered through a ground glass pane over the door, and was dimly reflected by the toilet mirror in its usual place against the window. This mirror I saw moved, and the next moment I had bounded from bed. The mirror fell with a horrid clatter. The toilet table followed it with a worse. The thief had gone as he had come, ere my toes halted aching amid the debris. A useless little balcony, stone slab and iron railing, jutted out from my window. I thought I saw a hand on the railing, another on the slab, then both together on the lower level for one instant before they disappeared. There was a dull yet springy thud on the grass below. Then no more noise but the distant thunder of the traffic, and the one that woke me, until the window next to mine was thrown up. "What the devil's up?" The voice was rich, cheery, light-hearted, agreeable, all that my own was not, as I answered, "Nothing," for this was not the first time my next-door neighbour had tried to scrape acquaintance with me. "But surely, sir, I heard the very dickens of a row." "You may have done. I was afraid some one had broken into your room." "As a matter of fact," said I, put to shame by the undiminished good humour of my neighbour, "some one did, but now he's gone, so let him be." "Gone? Not he! He's getting over that wall. After him! After him!" and the head disappeared from the window next to mine. I rushed into the corridor, and was just in time to intercept a singularly handsome young fellow, at whom I had hardly taken the trouble to look until now. He was in full evening dress, and his face was radiant with the spirit of mischief and adventure. "For God's sake, sir," I whispered, "let this matter rest. I shall have to come forward if you persist, and heaven knows I have been through the public quite enough." His dark eyes questioned me an instant, then fell as though he would not disguise that he had recollected and understood. I liked him for his good taste. I liked him for his tacit sympathy, and better still, for the amusing disappointment in his gallant young face. "I am sorry to have robbed you of a pleasant chase," said I. "At one time I should have been the first to join you, but, to tell the truth, I've had enough excitement lately to last me for my life." "I can believe that," he answered, with his fine eyes full upon me. How strangely I had misjudged him! I saw no vulgar curiosity in his flattering gaze, but rather that very sympathy
too. It gave him an ugliness of expression which only emphasized his perfection of feature. "You mustn't do that either," said he shortly. "I have an appointment at the station. I shall be talking business all the time." He was gone to his room, and I went to mine, feeling duly snubbed. Yet I deserved it, for I had exhibited a characteristic, though not chronic, want of taste, of which I am sometimes guilty to this day. Not to show ill feeling on the head of it, I nevertheless followed him down again in 4 or 5 minutes, and I was rewarded by his brightest smile as he grasped my hand. "Come tomorrow by the same train," said he, naming station, line, and hour. "Unless I telegraph, all will be ready, and you shall be met. You may rely on reasonable charges. As to the fishing, go upstream, to the right where you strike the beck, and you'll find a good pool or two. I may have to go to Lancaster the day after tomorrow, but I shall give you a call when I get back." With that we parted, as good friends as ever. I observed that my regret at losing him was shared by the Boots, who stood beside me on the steps, as his hansom rattled off. "I suppose Mr. Rattray stays here always when he comes to town?" said I. "No, sir," said the man. "We've never had him before, not in my time. But I shouldn't mind if he came again." And he looked twice at the coin in his hand, before pocketing it with evident satisfaction. Lonely as I was, and wished to be, I think that I never felt my loneliness as I did during the 24 hours which intervened between Rattray's departure and my own. They dragged like wet days by the sea, and the effect was as depressing. I have seldom been at such a loss for something to do, and in my idleness I behaved like a child, wishing my new friend back again, or myself on the railway with my new friend, until I blushed for the beanstalk growth of my regard for him, an utter stranger, and a younger man. I am less ashamed of it now. He had come into my dark life like a lamp, and his going left the darkness deeper than before. In my dejection I took a new view of the night's outrage. It was no common burglar's work, for what had I worth stealing? It was the work of my unseen enemies, who dogged me in the street. They alone knew why. The doctor had called these hallucinations, and I had forced myself to agree with the doctor, but I could not deceive myself in my present mood. I remembered the steps, the stopping when I stopped, the drawing away in the crowded streets, the closing up in quieter places. Why had I never looked round? Why? Because till today I had thought it mere vulgar curiosity, because a few had bored me. I had imagined the many at my heels. But now I knew. It was the few again, a few who hated me even unto death.
The idea to this impertinent old fellow, but I'm hanged if I tell it you. I'm here for rest and quiet, sir. I don't ask your name. I can't for the life of me see what right you have to ask me mine, or to question me at all, for that matter. He favoured me with a brief glance of extraordinary suspicion. It faded away in mere surprise, and next instant my elderly and reverend friend was causing me some compunction by colouring like a boy. "You may think my curiosity mere impertinence, sir," said he. "You would think otherwise if you knew as much as I do of Squire Rattray's friends, and how little you resemble the generality of them. You might even feel some sympathy for one of the neighbouring clergy to whom this godless young man has been for years a thorn in their side." He spoke so gravely, and what he said was so easy to believe, that I could not but apologize for my hasty words. "Don't name it, sir," said the clergyman. "You had a perfect right to resent my questions, and I enjoy meeting a young man of spirit, but not when it's an evil spirit, such as I fear possesses your friend. I do assure you, sir, that the best thing I have heard of him for years is the very little that you have told me. As a rule, to hear of him at all in this part of the world is to wish that we had not heard. I see him coming, however, and shall detain you no longer, for I don't deny that there is no love lost between us." I looked round, and there was Rattray on the top of the bank, a long way to the left, coming towards me with a waving hat. An extraordinary ejaculation brought me to the right about next instant. The old clergyman had slipped on a stone in mid-stream, and, as he dragged a dripping leg up the opposite bank, he had sworn an oath worthy of the godless young man who had put him to flight, and on whose demerits he had descanted with so much eloquence and indignation. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Dead Men Tell No Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Dead Men Tell No Tales by E.W. Hornung. Chapter 10 Wine and Weakness. "Sporting old parson who knows how to swear," laughed Rattray. "Never saw him in my life before. Wondered who the deuce he was." "Really?" said one's host. Yet I felt that he had pressed me unduly. I hated myself for my final confidence, and his want of sympathy made me hate him too. In my weakness, however, I was the natural prey of violent extremes. His hand flew out to me. He was about to speak. A moment more and I had doubtless forgiven him. But another sound came instead and made the pair of us start and stare. It was the soft shutting of some upstairs door. "I thought we had the house to ourselves," cried I, my miserable nerves on edge in an instant. "So did I," he answered, very pale. "My servants must have come back. By the Lord, Harry, they shall hear of this." He sprang to a door. I heard his feet clattering up some stone stairs, and in a trice he was running along the gallery overhead. In another I heard him railing behind some upper door that he had flung open and banged behind him. Then his voice dropped. and finally died away. I was left some minutes in the oppressively silent hall, shaken, startled, ashamed of my garrulity, aching to get away. When he returned it was by another of the many closed doors, and he found me awaiting him, hat in hand. He was wearing his happiest look until he saw my hat. "Not going?" he cried. "My dear Cole, I can't apologize sufficiently for my abrupt desertion of you, much less for the cause. It was my man, just come in from the show, and gone up the back way. I accused him of listening to our conversation. Of course he denies it, but it really doesn't matter, as I'm sorry to say he's much too fresh, as they call it down here, to remember anything tomorrow morning. I let him have it, I can tell you. Varley, caitiff, but if you bolt off on the head of it, I shall go back and sack him into the bargain." I assured him I had my own reasons for wishing to retire early. He could have no conception of my weakness, my low and nervous condition of body and mind. Much as I had enjoyed myself, he must really let me go. Another glass of wine, then? Just one more? No, I had drunk too much already. I was in no state to stand it, and I held out my hand with decision. Instead of taking it, he looked at me very hard. "The place doesn't suit you," said he. "I see it doesn't, and I'm devilish sorry."
Harris laughed outright as he raised his glass. The hot young squire had him by the collar, and the wine was spilling on the cloth as I rose very cautiously and crept back to the path. When rogues fall out, I was thinking to myself, I shall save her yet. I shall save my darling. Already I was accustomed to the thought that she still lived, and to the big heart she had set beating in my feeble frame. Already the continued existence of these villains, with the first dim inkling of their villainy, was ceasing to be a novelty in a brain now quickened and prehensile beyond belief. And yet, but a few minutes had I knelt at the window, but a few more was it since Rattray and I had shaken hands. Not his visitor, his prisoner without a doubt, but alive, alive, and neither guest nor prisoner for many hours more. Oh, my love, oh, my heart's delight! Now I knew why I was spared, to save her, to snatch her from these rascals, to cherish and protect her evermore. All the past shone clear behind me. The dark was lightness, and the crooked straight. All the future lay clear ahead. It presented no difficulties yet. A mad, ecstatic confidence was mine for the wildest, happiest moments of my life. I stood upright in the darkness. I saw her light. It was ascending the tower at the building's end. Now in this window it glimmered, now in the one above. At last it was steady, high up near the stairs, and I stole below. "Eva! Eva!" There was no answer. Low as it was, my voice was alarming. It cooled and cautioned me. I sought little stones. I crept back to throw them. Ah, God! Her form eclipsed that lighted slit in the gray stone tower. I heard her weeping high above me at her window. "Eva! Eva!" There was a pause, and then a little cry of gladness. "Is it Mr. Cole?" came in an eager whisper through her tears. "Yes, yes! I was outside the window. I heard everything. They will hear you," she cried softly in a steadier voice. "No, listen." They were quarreling. Rattray's voice was loud and angry. "They cannot hear," I continued in more cautious tones. "They think I'm in bed and asleep half a mile away. Oh, thank God! I'll get you away from them. Trust me, my love, my darling." In my madness I knew not what I said. It was my wild heart speaking. Some moments passed before she replied. "Will you promise to do nothing I ask you not to do?" "Of course. My life might answer for it. I promise, I promise." "Then wait, hide, watch my light. When you see it back in the window, watch with all your eyes. I'm going to write and then throw it out. Not another syllable. She was gone. There was a long yellow slit in the masonry once more. Her light burned faint and far within. I returned.
13. The longest day of my life. The boy looked so blithe and buoyant, so gallant and still so frank, that even now I could not think as meanly of him as poor Eva did. A rogue he must be, but surely not the pretty rogue that she had made him out. Yet it was dirty work that he had done by me, and there I had to lie and take his kind, false felon's hand in mine. "My poor dear fellow," he cried, "I'm most sorry to find you like this, but I was afraid of it last night. It's all this infernally strong air." How I longed to tell him what it was, and to see his face! The thought of Eva alone restrained me, and I retorted as before, in a tone I strove to make as friendly, that it was his admirable wine and nothing else. "But you took hardly any." "I shouldn't have touched a drop. I can't stand it. Instead of soothing me, it excites me to the verge of madness. I'm almost over the verge, for want of sleep, my trouble ever since the trouble." Again I was speaking the literal truth, and again congratulating myself as though it were a lie. The fellow looked so distressed at my state. Indeed, I believe that his distress was as genuine as mine, and his sentiments as involved. He took my hand again, and his brow wrinkled at its heat. He asked for the other hand to feel my pulse. I had to drop my letter to comply. "I wish to goodness there was something I could do for you," he said. "Would you care to see a doctor?" I shook my head, and could have smiled at his visible relief. "Then I'm going to prescribe for you," he said with decision. "It's the place that doesn't agree with you. And it was I who brought you to the place, therefore it's for me to get you out of it as quick as possible. Up you get, and I'll drive you to the station myself." I had another work to keep from smiling. He was so ingeniously disingenuous. There was less to smile at in his really nervous anxiety to get me away. I lay there reading him like a book. It was not my health that concerned him, of course. Was it my safety? I told him he little knew how ill I was, an inglorious speech that came hard, though not by any means untrue. "Move me with this fever on me," said I. "It would be as much as my miserable life is worth." "I'm afraid," said he, "that it may be as much as your life's worth to stay on here." And there was such real if I was fit to walk 5 miles. "But I'll run them, sir. I will that. I'll go as fast as ever I can." "And have a conveyance at the road end of the lane as near an hour hence as you possibly can." "Why there, sir," he cried, crassly inspired, "I could drive you in our own trap in half the time." "Oh no, you couldn't. I'm not fit to be out at all. It must be a closed conveyance. But I'll come to the end of the lane to save time, so let him wait there. You needn't wait yourself. Here's a sovereign of your money, and I'll leave the rest in the jug in my bedroom. There. It's worth your while to trust me, I think. As for my luggage, I'll write to Mr. Rattray about that. But I'll be shot if I spend another night on his property." I was rid of him at last, and there I stood, listening to his headlong steps, until they stumbled out of earshot down the lane. Then back to the cottage at a run myself, and up to my room to be no worse than my word. The sovereigns plopped into the water and rang together at the bottom of the jug. In another minute I was hastening through the plantation, in my hand the revolver that had served me well already, and was still loaded and kept in all 5 chambers. End of the section 13. The longest day in my life. Chapter 14 of Dead Men Tell No Tales by E.W. Hornung. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine.
Dead Men Tell No Tales by E. W. Hornung. Chapter 14 In the Garden. It so happened that I met nobody at all, but I must confess that my luck was better than my management. As I came upon the beck, a new sound reached me with the swirl. It was the jingle of bit and bridle, the beat of hoofs came after, and I had barely time to fling myself flat, when two horsemen emerged from the plantation, riding straight towards me in the moonlight. If they continued on that course they could not fail to see me as they passed along the opposite bank. However, to my unspeakable relief, they were scarce clear of the trees when they turned their horses' heads, rode them through the water a good 70 yards from where I lay, and so away at a canter across country towards the road. On my hands and knees I had a good look at them as they bobbed up and down under the moon, and my fears subsided in astonished curiosity. For I have already boasted of my eyesight, and I could have sworn that neither word and look for look; and sometimes, when sorrow had spent itself, and the heart could bleed no more, vain grief had given place to vainer speculation, and I had cudgelled my wakeful brains for the meaning of the new and subtle horror which I had read in my darling's eyes at the last. Now I understood, and the one explanation brought such a tribe in its train, that even the perilous ecstasy of the present moment was temporarily forgotten in the horrible past. "Now I know why they wouldn't have me in the gig," I cried softly. "She carried 4 heavy men's weight in gold." "When on earth did they get it aboard?" "In provision boxes at the last, but they had been filling the boxes for weeks." "Why, I saw them doing it," I cried. "But what about the gig? Who picked you up?" She was watching the open door once more, and she answered with notable indifference. "Mr. Rattray." "So that's the connection," said I, "and I think its very simplicity what surprised me most." "Yes, he was waiting for us at Ascension." "Then it was all arranged?" "Every detail." "And this young blackguard is as bad as any of them?" "Worse," said she, with bitter brevity. Nor had I ever seen her look so hard but once, and that was the night before in the old Justice Hall, when she told Rattray her opinion of him to his face. She had now the same angry flush, the same set mouth and scornful voice, and I took it finally into my head that she was unjust to the poor devil, villain though he was. With all his villainy I declined to believe him as bad as the others. I told her so in as many words. And in a moment we were arguing as though we were back on the Lady Jermyn with nothing else to do. "You may admire wholesale murderers and thieves," said Eva. "I do not." "Nor I. My point is simply that this one is not as bad as the rest. I believe he was really glad for my sake when he discovered that I knew nothing of the villainy. Come now, has he ever offered you any personal violence?" "Me, Mr. Rattray? I should hope not, indeed." "Has he never saved you from any?" "I don't know." "Then I do. When you left them last night there was some talk of bringing you back by force. You can guess who suggested that, and who set his face against it and got his way. You would think the better of Rattray had you heard what passed." "Should I?" she asked half eagerly, as she looked quickly round at me, and suddenly I saw her eyes fill. "Oh, why will you speak about him?" she burst out. "Why must you defend him, unless it's to go against me, as you always did and always will? I never knew next instant." Harris was the first within my reach. He came gamely at me with his fists. I sprang upon him and struck him to the ground with one blow, the sparks flying far and wide as my smoking brand met the seaman's skull. Santos was upon me next instant, and him, by sheer luck, I managed to serve the same. But I doubt whether either man was stunned, and I was standing ready for them to rise, when I felt myself seized round the neck from behind, and a mass of fluffy hair tickling my cheek, while a shrill voice set up a lusty scream for the squire. I have said that the woman Braithwaite was of a sinister strength, but I had little dreamed how strong she really was. First it was her arms that wound themselves about my neck, long, sinuous, and supple as the tentacles of some vile monster; then, as I struggled, her thumbs were on my windpipe like pads of steel. Tighter she pressed, and tighter yet. My eyeballs started, my tongue lolled. I heard my brand drop, and through a mist I saw it picked up instantly. It crashed upon my skull as I still struggled vainly; again and again it came down mercilessly in the same place, until I felt as though a sponge of warm water had been squeezed over my head, and saw 100 withered masks grinning sudden exultation into mine. But still the lean arm whirled, and the splinters flew, till I was blind with my blood, and the seven senses were beaten out of me. End of the chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Dead Men Tell No Tales by E.W. Hornung. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Deadlock. It must have been midnight when I opened my eyes. A clock was striking as though it never would stop. My mouth seemed fire. A pungent flavor filled my nostrils. The wine-glass felt cold against my teeth. "That's more like it," muttered a voice close to my ear. An arm was withdrawn from under my shoulders. I was allowed to sink back upon some pillows, and now I saw where I was. The room was large and poorly lighted. I lay in my clothes on an old four-poster bed, and my enemies were standing over me in a group. "I hope you are satisfied," sneered Joaquin Santos, with a flourish of his eternal cigarette. "I am." "You don't do murder in my house, wherever else you may do it." "And now better lead him into nearest police station." "Or will you go and tell the police yourself?" asked the Portuguese, in the same tone of mordant irony. "Aye, aye," growled Harris. "That's the next dress," not less apparent than his resolution, and not less becoming in him. "Consider, Cole, consider." "I have already done so, Rattray. Murder is simply nothing to them." "It is nothing to me either." "Human life is nothing." "No, it must end one day." "You won't give your word unconditionally?" "No. You know my condition." He ignored it with a blazing eye, his hand upon the door. "You prefer to die, then?" "Infinitely." "Then die you may, and be damned to you." This is the end of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Dead Men Tell No Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Umpleby. Dead Men Tell No Tales by E.W. Hornung. Chapter 17. Thieves Fall Out. The door slammed. It was invisibly locked and the key taken out. I listened for the last of an angry stride. It never even began. But after a pause the door was unlocked again, and Rattray re-entered. Without looking at me, he snatched the candle from the table on which it stood by the bedside, and carried it to a bureau at the opposite side of the room. There he stood a minute with his back turned, the candle, I fancy, on the floor. I saw him putting something in either jacket pocket. Then I heard a dull little snap, as though he had shut some small morocco case. Whatever it was, he tossed it carelessly back into the bureau, and next minute he was really gone, leaving the candle burning on the floor. I lay and heard his steps out of earshot, and they were angry enough now, nor had he given me a single glance. I listened until there was no more to be heard, and then in an instant I was off the bed and on my feet. I reeled a little, and my head gave me great pain, but greater still was my excitement. I caught up the candle, opened the unlocked bureau, and then the empty case which I found in the very front. My heart leapt. There was no mistaking the depressions in the case. It was a brace of tiny pistols that Rattray had steeled for him to slip upon it, as you say. Let us live him for the night, what there is of it. Time enough in the morning." I could hardly believe my ears. Still I knew that it was treachery, all treachery, and the morning I should never see. "But we can't leave him up here," said Rattray. "It would mean one of us watching him all night." "Quite so," said Santos. "I will tell you where we could live him. However, if you will allow me to wheesper one leetle moment." They drew aside, and as I live, I thought that little moment was to be Rattray's last on earth. I watched, but nothing happened. On the contrary, both men seemed agreed, the Portuguese gesticulating, the Englishman nodding, as they stood conversing at the window. Their faces were strangely reassuring. I began to reason with myself, to rid my mind of mere presentiment and superstition. If these two were really at one about me, I argued, there might be no treachery after all. When I came to think of it, Rattray had been closeted long enough with me to awake the worst suspicions in the breast of his companions. Now that these were allayed, there might be no more bloodshed after all, if, for example, I pretended to give in, even though Santos had not cared whose blood was shed a few minutes since. That was evidently the character of the wretch. To compass his needs, or to defend his person, he would take life with no more compunction than the ordinary criminal takes money. But, and hence, murder for murder's sake was no amusement to him. My confidence was further restored by Captain Harris. Ever a gross ruffian, with no refinements to his rascality, he had been at the brandy bottle after Rattray's example, and now was dozing on the ladder's bed, taking his watch below when he could get it, like the good seaman he had been. I was quite sorry for him when the conversation at the window ceased suddenly, and Rattray roused the captain up. "Watch is aft," said he. "We want that mattress. You can bring it along, while I lead the way with the pillows and things. Come on, Cole." "Where to?" I asked, standing firm. "Where there's no window for you to jump out of, old boy, and no clothes of mine for you to hide behind. You needn't look so scared. It's as dry as a bone, as cellars go, and it's past 3 o'clock, and you've just got to come." End of chapter 17.
"Then I must leave you alive. Adios, senhor." Harris cast a wistful look towards the manhole, not in cowardice, I fancy, but in sudden longing for the sea, the longing of a poor devil of a sailor man doomed to die ashore. I am still sorry to remember that Rattray judged him differently. "Come on, skipper," said he. "It's all or none aboard the lugger, and I think it will be none. Up you go. Wait a second in the room above, and I'll find you an old cutlass. I shan't be longer." He turned to me with a wry smile. "We're not half armed," he said. "They've caught us fairly on the hop. It should be fun. Good by, Cole. I wish you'd had another round for that revolver. Good by, Eva." And he held out his hand to our love, who had been watching him all this time with eyes of stone. But now she turned her back upon him without a word. His face changed. The stormlight of passion and remorse played upon it for an instant. He made a step towards her, wheeled abruptly, and took me by the shoulder instead. "Take care of her, Cole," said he. "Whatever happens, take care of her." I caught him at the foot of the stairs. I do not defend what I did, but I had more ammunition, a few wadded bullets, caps, and powder charges loose in a jacket pocket, and I thrust them into one of his upon a sudden impulse, not, as I think, altogether unaccountable, albeit, as I have said, so indefensible. My back was hardly turned an instant. I had left a statue of unforgiving coldness. I started round to catch in my arms a half-fainting, grief-stricken form, shaken with sobs that it broke my heart to hear. I placed her on the camp stool. I knelt down and comforted her as well as I could, stroking her hands, my arms about her heaving shoulders, with the gold-brown hair streaming over them. Such hair as it was, so much longer than I had dreamt, so soft, so fine. My soul swam in the sight and touch of it. Well for me that there broke upon us from above such a sudden din as turned my hot blood cold. A wild shout of surprise, an ensuing roar of defiance, shrieks and curses, yells of rage and pain, and pistol shot after pistol shot as loud as cannon in the confined space. I know now that the battle in the hall was a very brief affair. While it lasted I have no sense of time, minutes or moments. They were, God forgive me, some of the very happiest in all my life. My joy was as profound as it was also selfish and incongruous. The villains were being routed, of that there could be no doubt or question. I hoped Rattray might escape, but for the others no pity stirred in my heart, and even my sneaking sympathy with the squire could take nothing from the joy that was in my heart. Eva Denison was free. I was free. Our oppressor
hour of my reward, and her eyes followed me with a kind of stony remorse which struck a chill to my bleeding heart. I went to the door. The hall was still empty, and I shut it again with a shudder at what I saw before the hearth, at all that I had forgotten in the little library. As I turned, another door opened, the door made invisible by the multitude of books around and upon it, and young Squire Rattray stood between my love and me. His clear, smooth skin was almost as pale as Eva's own, but pale brown, the tint of rich ivory. His eyes were preternaturally bright, and they never glanced my way, but flew straight to Eva, and rested on her very humbly and sadly, as her two hands gripped the arms of the chair, and she leant forward in horror and alarm. "How could you come back?" she cried. "I was told you had escaped." "Yes, I got away on one of their horses. I pictured you safe on board." "I very nearly was." "Then why are you here?" "To get your forgiveness before I go." He took a step forward. Her eyes and mine were riveted upon him, and I still wonder which of us admired him the more, as he stood there in his pride and his humility, gallant and young, and yet shamefaced and sad. "You risk your life for my forgiveness?" whispered Eva at last. "Risk it? I'll give myself up if you'll take back some of the things you said to me last night and before." There was a short pause. "Well, you are not a coward at all events." "Nor a murderer, Eva." "God forbid." "Then forgive me everything else that I have been to you." And he was on his knees where I had knelt scarce a minute before. Nor could I bear to watch them any longer. I believed that he loved her in his own way as sincerely as I did in mine. I believed that she detested him for the detestable crime in which he had been concerned. I believed that the opinion of him which she had expressed to his face in my hearing was her true opinion, and I longed to hear her mitigate it ever so little before he went. He won my sympathy as a gallant who valued a kind word from his mistress more than life itself. I hoped earnestly that that kind word would be spoken, but I had no desire to wait to hear it. I felt an intruder. I would leave them alone together for the last time. So I walked to the door, but seeing a key in it, I changed my mind, and locked it on the inside. In the hall I might become the unintentional instrument of the squire's cap.
He put it a little differently. Would I go to the Helps for attempting to rob him of £5, or would I stay and help him commit a robbery, of which my share alone would be 10 or 15,000. You know which I chose. You know who this man was. I said I would join him. He made me swear it. And then he told me what his enterprise was. There is no need for me to tell you, nor indeed had it taken definite shape at this time. Suffice it that Santos had wind that big consignments of Australian gold were shortly to be shipped home to England, that he, like myself, had done nothing on the diggings, where he had looked to make his fortune, and out of which he meant to make it still. It was an extraordinary life that we led in the bungalow. I the guest, he the host, and Eva the unsuspecting hostess and innocent daughter of the house. Santos had failed on the fields, but he had succeeded in making valuable friends in Melbourne. Men of position and of influence spent their evenings on our veranda, among others the Melbourne agent for the Lady Jermyn, the likeliest vessel then lying in the harbour, and the one to which the first consignment of gold dust would be entrusted if only a skipper could be found to replace the deserter who took you out. Santos made up his mind to find one. It took him weeks, but eventually he found Captain Harris on Bendigo. And Captain Harris was his man. More than that, he was the man for the agent, and the Lady Jermyn was once more made ready for sea. Now began the complications. Quite openly, Santos had bought the schooner Spindrift, freighted her with wool, given me the command, and vowed that he would go home in her rather than wait any longer for the Lady Jermyn. At the last moment he appeared to change his mind, and I sailed alone as many days as possible in advance of the ship, as had been intended from the first. But it went sorely against the grain when the time came. I would have given anything to have backed out of the enterprise. Honest I might be no longer. I was honestly in love with Eva Denison. Yet to have backed out would have been one way of losing her forever. Besides, it was not the first time I had run counter to the law, I who came